Give it a second. Hello! Wow. Pro streamer, 10 out of 10. Pro streamer, I totally meant to do that. Yep, I totally make you guys see my settings. Obviously. Of course. 100%. All according to plan. No one can prove otherwise. And I don't understand why things are so laggy. Honestly. For stream. Barely using any CPU. But anyways, hello, welcome to more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yeah, we're starting episode 4 today. Really excited because we get to figure out how else we get confused in this game. You know, how much more confusing can we get than a case where we didn't even know what the fuck. Or we ended up with not even knowing what the fuck happened. A little salty about it. Just a bit salty on that one. But anyways, before we begin, Alexa! Tell us an interesting fact.
Here's a heavy fact. The pound cake is believed to have originated in Europe in the 1700s. It got its name from the original recipe, which called for a pound each of flour, eggs, butter, and sugar.
Yeah, that's a lot of things. But that's our interesting fact about pancake. Yay! Now I want pancake. I do word scoop. Trust me. I do word scoop. Hold on, I'm gonna do something real quick. See if this helps a bit. I don't think it's going to, but I'm gonna try. I don't know. Works sort of, but you know what? Wow. Welcome to me being very good at Oh yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah, I do have to select what's going on from this menu here because I did go back and get the achievement I was missing in episode 2. So but nonetheless, let's get started. I want right at the beginning. Yeah. The Adventure of the Clouded Corridor.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife
first time the
in her
victim
back.
is a female.
Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Invisible killer. Wow. Things are taking a little longer to load. Yeah, this game, it's so laggy right now, and I don't know what's going on. February 19th, 9:47 a.m., British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Nanado? No, not at all. Let me see if there's... Hold on, I'm gonna have to change some settings here. We're being real professional. I'm being real professional here, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna take my face tracking off for now. See if that helps. So sorry you're gonna have to see stiff me today. So it was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslight twinkling, it was brighter than the day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous bed? And after my time on the SS Burial, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. No more wardrobes for me! I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Yeah, no more wardrobes for me. Oh yes, it was really the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Did we get to stay in that hotel forever? Is our whole studio tour going to be in there? Except when I learned about that we owned £3 for the room, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Okay, nah. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance was so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. Classic Renosuke! In a lodging house in Japan, the sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Stronghold! We're in your office anyway. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire slip end will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh. London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour. Hello. Oh, yes, we're trying to afford more affordable housing for our study. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We come to report the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey. The sun is amazing. It doesn't bat an eyelid or even in the presence of the Pastor Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you have a very comprehensive incitation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you! And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, we won the trial, so now I'm officially a lawyer. Sonata performed his duty to the end. Yep, Yep. I definitely got guilty verdict. The not guilty verdict. Yep. Didn't question it a single time. Yup. Yes, I have already been appraised of the event. remarkable defense. You may consider the past test. Yes, thank you very much, Strong Hearts, very much. No longer you are a student from the Empire of Japan. You are henceforth be a full-fledged lawyer. But I still have so much to learn! My country is delighted to welcome your young talent from such a remote eastern island. Yep, young talent, yep, that's me! Thank you very much. I'm a lawyer now. That's how it works, I guess. Now, in view of your new appointments, I have fresh cases in mind. Can I actually know what happens this time? I'd like to take you at once. I trust that it won't be a problem. Yes, can I be informed of what's going on in the trial? Another case? Already? It's only been a day! Nothing trains lawyers is better than practitioner experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? I was hoping I could spend time finding a place to stay? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What comes to terms with it? The man was cleared. Yep, that definitely don't take my lawyership away. What more were you hoping for? The truth? Actual answers? What actually fucking happened? The culprit of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consistently, the jury will not be required to offer judgment. Well, Lord Van Seek, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And from you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. That laugh. That finishing laugh. Forgot that he did that. I want that man guilty as fuck. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGill really was innocent. Mr. Nadado! It's just that I never managed to assert the truth. And then the trial ended. And I'm still very confused. Well, you needn't let it trouble you a second longer. Sorry? I can't help. What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus? He was the one in the fire. Guys. Oh. He was the one in the fire. That's all we can say. The one in the fire was Mr. Guinness. I hated that man's guts. Magnus McGill passed away immediately following the trial. No! What? Mr. McGill is dead? Oh, hello, birds. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? Well, I think I know the answer, but you know. After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus has been wheeled into the courtroom. Yeah, it was evidence. It was the evidence that confused me the most, and actually I got the most use out of. You know, it's a confusing story. You know. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime, which Mr. McGill had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matters, the omnibus went to the flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That's being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified the corpse inside the ship in the chef's shell of the carriage, that of McGill. That's awful. But can we be surely mistaken? Surely true? The man must have slipped inside with the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. The bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That's also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGill did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for an inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if it doesn't it's for myself. An inspection of the omnibus. No, not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard have any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGill talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter no longer concerns them. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGill. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Bittersweet, honestly. Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was wow. That's how I would describe Ronosuke as well. Mr. Naruto means that the whole experience was a sleep in the soul, solidarity of great British long history. It was really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Katsu-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of... Are you fucking psychic?! You seem to have a way of failing to find the right one. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Most advanced in the world. Is it? It was important. It was fortunate that your first trial was a simple affair. I still don't know what actually happened! Simple? That was simple? If that's considered simple, I don't want to know what the rest of the game's gonna be like. As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. But I was going up against the Reaper of the Bailey! What the hell?! I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Conrad, but that case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating. I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Why did the music stop? It is something funny? No, my apologies. Yep, you're evil. Mm-hmm. I can sense it. I can sense right there. You are an evil man. Don't know how the evil is gonna be working yet, but I have a sense that this man here is evil. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exponential talent. Wouldn't you agree? I bullshitted my way through the whole trial. Well, I don't know about that. I kind of bullshitted my way through the entire thing. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations. I freely admit that much is a less than undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I prepared the new case is for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me. It's a murder. And the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry. Nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. Oh, thank God! We at least get a day! In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? Is everyone here a psychic?! Oh wait, no, Ronosuke. Ronosuke might just be so dumb that it's so easy to read his mind. That's to say, no one has died, as yet. What do you mean? As yet? And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. Not even a full day! Wow, not even a full day! So the trial's tomorrow then! Woo! Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused. That's all. Yeah, same here, Renoska. I'm really confused as well. Yesterday's trial was... well, it was left me wondering. I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. This was supposed to be cosmic. Oh, Mr. Nanado. I don't know if I could face... I don't know if I could stand facing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGill's trial. Ah, yes. I nearly forgot. There's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there's currently no one to advocate for the defense. Great! Oh! After the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. If that happens, I need not to remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I will advise you begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. Oh, where are we going? There's now 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Narado. There's something I shall like to ask you. No, I am not taking away this sword. This sword is my friend's soul. I will be carrying this sword until the day I die. What's that? Oh my god. Yesterday, you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late padre, Mr. Gauss. Indeed I am! That's why I have this sword with it, because it's his soul! I'd be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Well, I don't know either. Inside 34 seconds. Cosmo was always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest social system in the world works, and he couldn't change it so that he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I would like to work towards that myself. And, there's another thing. Oh! Another thing? Continue. On the way there, on the steamship, he said something to me. It's a very important thing I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? I have no idea! He never hesitated to tell me. I suppose he would have done. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Narado! What's this all about? Mr. Gowie never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. Well, we're good with friends. I urge you both to focus on your attention on the matter of hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspectors in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck, and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Cosmo-san, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyways, we have to better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleasantly pleased to see us at all. I mean, do we make it tradition to examine everything in this room? Nah. Not now, at least. Could we trouble you? Stop with the food theory! What do you think? Ah! Sorry, pardon you, I am the defendant's attorney. Lovely weather, isn't it? Great conversation for those kids. What's weather got to do with anything? Ah! So about that trial. Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Something appropriate about the weather. It doesn't get you every English gent out of your hands, you know. Ugh. But Tatsu-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, very busy man. Then tell me about the trial! Crime scenes to investigate, but I'm here having to give it the likes of you two talking to you likes of you talking to. Oh, well, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers will be saying? Haven't you seen Grunson anywhere, haven't you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who here on a jaunt from the country I never even heard of. Never heard of fucking Japan? Hear that, rippin' son? That's the reputation of the yard's going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Renosuke Naruto, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Oh god. I think he's a little bit of a creep here. It's unseasonably fine, I grant you. London's winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. I'll be right back. I have to pee. Let's back. Well, I'm back. That's how. Gregson. Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Satsa-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? Oh god, is he a famous inspector? Let me guess, the Inspector Gregson is his father. You're acting like you know this man, Misato-san. But he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Yes! He's featured prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes! Of course he would. Of course that's how she would know him from. Oh, that's publication. What's that called again? Brandis Magazine? That's right! Inspector Gregson and Mr. Shoya enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. So we should go speak to Holmes. Where is he? Really? You rival the great Mr. Holmes? That's incredible! Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Holmes isn't a professional like myself, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. I think he saved our ass in the last case, and in the adventures of the Unbreakable Band, but you know, fine. Mr. Holmes is equally confident about you, Inspector, isn't he? You earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of the bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? I would want to see what his lowest praise is. Well, Mr. Holmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he's not. And thanks to that magazine, my name is known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit, it started with what? I have to admit that to start when I was a little, well, flattering it is by all attention. Everyone wants to shake my hand. My reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful! No, it's not! There's nothing more sinister than the man on the streets. People are always looking at me now and now. They whisper rumors about me under their breath. Sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in the story. Fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Oh god, he's just like me. Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folks are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. Sure as eggs is eggs. You are surely probably mistaken, Gregson. We'll probably be seeing a lot of you. Maybe. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps he should raise a sudden raise of fame does change people. So anyways, about the case. So, about the case that Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. Why am I going Russian? He's obviously British. As far as we're concerned, that's the art. It couldn't be simpler. Here, that probably means, as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. That does seem to be the case, Sato. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling that you're right. A young woman who was walking around the pavement on the failure road when she was stabbed from behind. Oh God, it's another stabbing! Why does it always have to be stabbings? Fortunately, it wasn't big, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable! What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have to finish off whoever it was. Thoughts of takedown, would you? Neither here nor there, Mr. Naruto. Brace yourself, Inosuke. Your fingers for now. Anyways, after some time of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you to directly culprit. Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question. Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. No way to help the bloke now. I'm a defense lawyer. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecution has been decided. I defeated the Reaper before. I can defeat him again. The prosecutor has been assigned to that trial tomorrow as the Lord of Baroque von Schiak. No! He's so hot! Oh, please, come on. You guys knew that one was coming. You guys should have known that one was coming. I find him very attractive. Sounds like you've heard of him then. I've dealt with him before! Oh yes, we're very familiar with Lord von Schiak, the Reaper of the Bailey. Believed to being the Hellburger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. He's so hot, though. Lord Schiak von Schiak, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGill told us about him before the trial, didn't he? Time to bust out the Irish again. He's so hot! When Von Schiak stands in the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lamb. So hot! And in every single trial which he has been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. So hot! You can tell you're not able to tell just because I don't use Facecam anymore. But I'm blushing so hard! That's the Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he earned it because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial, Lord Von Schiak against Lord Von Schiak, Mr. Naruto secured the verdict of not guilty. Oh God! Don't make them think I'm some great lawyer! Sato! You can't have people thinking that I'm the greatest lawyer ever! I'm no Ace Attorney yet! This is the name of the game. I'm not the Great Ace Attorney yet! That's the name of the game. And what of it? Oh, thank God. Thank you not for letting this go to my head. Oh, well, I think that means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? Is he even angrier now that he has lost an important wife before? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Ah! Not my fault! Magnus McGill came in the chopper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't really have a right lead to say you saved the defendant, do you? What? What are you saying? Was he the one who called the inspection? Look, if Bungie could get the dirt stick on everyone, you'll be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. But Gregson, so hot. I would have a good long think about ways about that if I were you. We're really supposed to do that? No, I'm not calling Gregson hot. I'm calling Lord Von Sheck hot. Okay? This man, I could care less about this man. He's not hot. The wrong man I'm calling hot. It was the man we were talking about who I'm calling hot. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. Still carrying a few investigations here. If you find him hot, that's fine. You know, you do you and I do me. Fine. It was the Bellier Road you said, didn't it? Where the incident took place. That's correct, madam. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You branded him a criminal already? He's good as us, shaking like a leaf in the cell. He is. Oh, he'll give you a little chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailers, and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Nadado? To tell you the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think that's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they arrested is innocent, it's a hard decision. You could well imagine he'd be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still feeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I would like to try, so I was thinking I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Do you really think you had to ask? I mean, you are my assistant, so I guess I shouldn't have really had to ask. After all, I'm your judicial assistant. That's true, you're the one who's pretty much calling the shots. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes! Let's go! Let's talk to our client first before we get intel. February 19th. Location: prison cells, cell 9. Oh, he was inmate 53. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they are ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruto. You're making it seem worse. Sorry. Apparently, our client is in the cell here. But it's so dark in the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representatives are here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the cell and show your face at once. I am a cat, yet with no name! Call me a murderer by utterly but unbelievably just unreasonable, and I refuse to answer! I'm here to help you! He's a cat! Mr. Naruto, what? What do you think is going on here? That he's a guilty man. He is an innocent man who doesn't want to be here. I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That thread of complaints was in Japanese. Hi? Excuse me, but who? Shh! Quiet! They're all around, hiding. I know where they are. Oh, so he's paranoid. He's very paranoid. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Hello. Right. So, could I ask you who exactly... There you are! You have come and accused me! Cursed me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it, you're a ghost! A ghost? We mean no harm, prisoner son. And you are... Japanese, by any chance? Konnichiwa! I don't know any Japanese myself, actually. This is not Japan, I'll tell you that much. Beyond my wildest dreams! Forgive me for that outburst. I'm so sorry. Oh, It's fine. We're just a little surprised. That's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am! In a frightful little fix of foreign land. It's okay. I was accused on our land. Hey, I've been accused on our land, so it's fine, sir! So here in the sweet, sentimental tones of Chamberat's voice here in the damp, dark hole was a most momentous moment. Who could have guessed that our new client, Lord Strongheart, signed us, would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah. What compassions my fellow countrymen show. Yes, yep. Dispatched a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. I think we got our... Yep, for first class, If you think I'm Cosmo, then you are absolutely incorrect! He died! Noble! Nursery! Never failing! Never done! This guy is definitely energetic. A first-class lawyer? I think you're holding myself way more confident than you think I am! Oh dear. I think there's been some misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind to tell us what happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can. I will. Chance! Stay! Silent! I love his movement. He's so cool. Not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems very happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Renosuke Naruto. And I'm Naruto-san's judicial assistant, Sato Makuba. And I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably named Netsun! Sosuke Natsum! Sosuke Natsum, son. What an unusual name. Ace Attorney. No name's taken seriously. Call me Sosuke, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. Alright guys, I need your best haikus in chat right now. Go! Let's go. Don't write your haiku in chat, I'll read it. It's something like a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruto-san. No! Don't be so poetic! It's much more refined than that! And haiku. That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you're a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this! It's beyond the pale! Suffer that misery? Do you not want to study here? No, I mean, I have the interest in Great Britain for years, of course. Oh! But! Just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can't do it. No. What do you mean? They told me to study English literature. That I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Also part of your field. Utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise, words, well, white, washy. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told, and like to be often told. This means. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Toski-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder! No one died yet! Murder? Oh, no, that's all alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife! Right before my eyes! Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I did see the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Well, what did you expect, Sato-san? Everyone said it was simple. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to stab in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, unexcusably, unintelligibly inconvenient. So Sasuke-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital we find out more about this case. It was the first evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I've been in the bookshop to buy some books. Yep, where else would you buy? Yep, what else would you be doing in the bookshop? Reading? I was on my way back to my cursed lodge. Surely the bookshop wasn't a curse too. As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out a soul silhouette in another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a scream and collapsed on the cold, hard slab of the stone at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish graveyard. An exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, fast as my legs could carry me, back to my accursed lodging. That's not good. Well, they saw it as shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Sosuke-san, was the victim of an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that? I'm indifferent, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people! Man of my own heart! I see. Young woman, known to Sophie-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. But the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else in the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? Huh? What conundrum? What do you mean, Tata-san? What conundrum? Well, if Sosuke-san had just told us before it was true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, really this man has to be the culprit. Ah! You! What did you just say? God damn it, can you read my mind too? Nothing! I didn't say anything! I was thinking it in my head. Oops. Perhaps I thought that a little too loudly. Actually, that's not what's troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Sosuke-san actually come to be arrested? Oh shoot, you're right. Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me! God damn it, Sholmes! Sholmes! All the bad luck! Accursed great detective. Could it be? Shall not forget the man's name as long as I live. Don't worry, I had to deal with him before too. This is a haughty laugh in his self-proclaimed greatness. Yup, that's Sholmes! That's Sholmes! Bash! Big-headed! Busting be gone! Yup! May you be accursed until the ends of your days, Herlock Sholmes! I knew it! I knew it! Mr. Sholmes? Herlock Sholmes. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after the nightmare had unfolded the pavement before me. I was gawning at the silver of hard cheese, on the silver of the hard cheese when the men suddenly burst through the door. They started shouting at me! This is the place! Put the weapon down! Yes, it was the silver, and yes, it was hard, but it was not eating a weapon! Disgusting! Dietary! Consuming devils! You clearly have a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a shy's cat. That's Herlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found that he's a famous name detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really, really well known. In his overly sharp mind has the man deduced my whereabouts, apparently. He say I'm the knife-wielding man. Me? Who's this weak, stupid kitten of a man? I wonder what the great seduction process proceeded him to lead to this conclusion this time. Was he found in a war? Sorry! Someone had to make the joke. Where was the word for wardrobe in this time, shows? Do you mean to say that Mr. Shrum's seduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, I was thrown into panic when they all barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing questions after me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign film flimmery! Well, we're in England. I can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, kid. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. That's me every time. So I just keep repeating things. Yes, I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in the madness. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid. That's hardly surprising. I'm fine. It's not fine now. Mr. Nanajo! Esquire! Her name is Sato-san. Please get it right. You can just call me Naruto. And since we're speaking English, a simple mister is more than enough. Oh, yes. Alright, yes. They've really gotten to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. As fellow Japanese in a foreign land, I do you good. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do that, won't you? Well, Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like you yourself on a study tour. A student? Dude, I look younger than you. I have been the defendant in a case in the Old Bailey. Only once, though. And I've only been in a court twice. First time was defending myself back in Japan, but whatever. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about the judicial, but about what justice in this country even means. Oh, not a Joe-san. Not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a law lawyer, I suppose. But that armband! That's the market defense lawyer from the Great Empire! It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, what do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they wouldn't defend me. Not you. Goodness! Why? Why do you say that? For the same reason you noted before, when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. No, it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Sasuke-san. And anyways, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laugh about me before, in my earshot, without any come from at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, he said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even have the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. It's awful. They're wrong! I study more in English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So at this very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Okay, so you have seen that I got arrested on the suspect of murder twice. I had to solve my own best friend's murder. I had to go through a court case that I still don't even know what the fuck happened. And whatever else my backstory has. That's sad. It's just that. Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Luck come, students, Mr. Nadado, Esquire. We should be going then, Nadado-san. We have a case to prepare for. February, Fairleigh Road. And so this is where it happened. Fairleigh Road. Ah! Look! Mr. Nadado! Look at that regulation helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of the Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That's their job, you know. But Mr. Nadado, to see one with my own eyes? You're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt of seeing one in this book. Come to this book. To a real body helmet. What? The helmet? Maybe I get you one as a present. Of course. I have to try one on. I have to try one. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dreams come true. Now I want to see fan art of that. Oh. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh! Inspector Gregson! This isn't the tourist trail. I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Are you forgetting who we are, Gregson? Are you forgetting who we are? Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. to the holding cells then. What do you make a criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Thank you for the follow there, Danny the Bozo. If I'm pronouncing that incorrectly and you want me to pronounce it, I'll probably just end up calling you Danny, but thank you for the follow nonetheless. The book's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. The verdict will be a foregone conclusion. The stone cold air of rejection. Take heart! London is at this time of year is full of stone cold air. Yep, thanks, Doctor. That makes it worse somehow. Actually, I want to examine it first. What a delightful snowman! I didn't realize English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. Looks a little creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf. Look! You need one if you were in this prison called all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. I gotta stop thinking out loud here, man. You gotta stay quieter, man. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyways, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't be too warm to my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Oh, that's a Scotland carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush into crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of those windows, eh? That would be me being arrested in order to ride it, wouldn't it? Still, if that's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere where an attacker would be hiding. Oi! What are you foreigners doing? Oi! 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 What are you foreigners doing here? Hey! Oh, we're just investigating the scene, officer. Conspiring with that mushroom fellow from Japan, are ya? Conspiring? We're his defense lawyers. Come here to destroy evidence. Have ya? Get out of here before I give you a hiding. Go on. You shoot us away like rats. Yes, you should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. Could have stole his hat. rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure that they have a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly has been taking its toll on this place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks describably in worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find something to keep lodging ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonable level floors. Oh! A British Pegasus! Look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change the women's dresses to allow them to ride as well. Bicycle fads won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness! Do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not like I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves you taking both your feet firm off the ground seems reckless. If you ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me. Well, has to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. There's a pile of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in a carriage track. It seems carriage often travel down Park Road, so it disperses all the snow. I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruto, and dressed all in black. I worry the coachman might not see you, and you could be flattened by horses. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Okay, let's talk to this though first. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure that the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in iron. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We have done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. But we're foreigners! Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs, despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you have some distressful experiences. I'm sure that it was that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to do. Does you no favor at all. What are you talking about? Actually, Shimonosuke is a king of the bewildered looks. Ugh. I'm imagining him in his eye of his bewildered look right now. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know what else to do except for, shove evidence on people's faces. Oh, we haven't talked to him yet! Dolly! Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about them in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard. The most sophisticated police organization you'll find anywhere in the world, madam. Oh, and I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that assuming that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this man will take no nonsense in the duty of protecting the city. Oh yes! Doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh, really? First things in the morning, you know what he does? He goes around and roasts all the laborers on his feet so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep. Wraps their windows in a long pole. Did it myself, going back a bit. I had no idea. The Bobby working for the people of the town is just another one of his duties. After that, there is tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. "20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. When it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all of the gas street lamps. Oh my. And I suppose between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yes. They are expected to handle these jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time. I always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Matado. God damn it! Your heavy heart will be in my heavy head if you do. It happened around 5 in the morning. 5 in the evening 2 days ago. There's just one that on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed in the blade from behind. Okay, that's it. So now I have to change properties here for you guys. It's fine. There we go. You should be hearing things again. That's right. The lady is unconscious now. You mentioned that she's being treated in hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means that they haven't been able to make a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area. I happen to have it on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's your policy to give lawyers, the defendant suspects, the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gracefully accept it. Investigated. Anyways, investigating. Examine. Okay. So. Okay, cool. Thanks. Anyways, as far as we know, there was no one else at the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it? Who do you think? Not much for a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsum is also claiming not to see anyone else around, but... It's just because he didn't see anyone? Doesn't mean we can be sure that no one else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we're most certainly can't be sure. How? Because, madam, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have two very reliable witnesses, no less. Ah! It was a typical foggy London day, and your clients obviously didn't see them. There's witnesses now? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife. The man is one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Ah! A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Not particularly about that, ma'am. Part and parcel being a Bobby, catching them banging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask the policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like in court tomorrow. Oh. I have no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man before her hands, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, and one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I heard that was Mr. Sherlock Holmes. What are you bringing him up for? I want to see him again. He's hot. He's also cute. Was it something I said? The color drained from his cheeks. So about tomorrow's trial! That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? I haven't decided yet. Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's a little bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once in a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something like to that effect. And the one person who he usually bothers with are the real scums, the master criminals, and the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go with the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natson wouldn't came for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. I have a name. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the incident was there. So this is the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reapers want to sink his teeth into. For want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's got to be more to it. For some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of the Lord of Darkness? Lord of Darkness? You have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he puts it? But come on, Renosuke. He's hot. I'm sorry, you guys. You know, I really like Bungie. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, my client. Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsusim who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodging. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational and great deductions. You've seen 2 of those yourself, Sato, and I had to fix them. Fiddle-faddle. Ah! The man is an amateur. I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh, I can say the same too, Kappa. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime. Wanders around the spot and inconsiderate rubbish, and before you know it, he claims he has solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to the skeleton yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble! Ah! Ever seen this before? Yes, Sato loves it. Oh, yes, that's Rank Magazine. A wonderful publication of which the inventor, the Sherlock Holmes, appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its story. And the so-called Great Detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tales at all. So when the one about us gets published, you are gonna read that one, right? Well, I suppose there's an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be flummed by the public thanks to an obnoxious detective. That man's dangerous to us at the Scotland as he is to all of our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the Great Detective and the police have a complicated relationship. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruto, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes. What is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean? No, we don't need to. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can't you? Well, Mr. Naderson did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. ignores that. I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea where the man's address is. Ha! It's Baker Street! How did you know that? It's in the stories, of course. Of course it is. 122 Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find out. We better try to find our way there before the sun gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll start a carriage. So we have to have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yep, it's very fitting for the great detective. Holmes is sweet. So this is where the great detective makes his living. Feels so real to be here somehow. It says this, is that described in the stories, Misato? Sato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I never read the stories, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems. The detective chases villains relentlessly as he disappears into the fog until down into the fog down unlit London Street. Oh, it's the thrill of it. The romanticism. Can you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Narada? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind, I'll just be standing here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. Haha, she's obsessed. Well, looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, anyone home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Oh, it's her. Oh, is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Kind of. Hello. Wait. Haven't I seen you somewhere before, miss? Aren't you? Oh, how rude of me. I'll go make some tea at once. I'm sure that's the same girl. Miss Satsuso, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the king of the Bohemia came to visit this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case? The king of Bohemia? The king of William, the Scotch Sturm's Fonda Smith, of course. Yes. I totally didn't butcher that name. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Sherlock Holmes for a moment and look over there. The tea is brewed. I have a freshly baked as a cake. I've freshly baked a cake as well. Oh, it's you. I knew it. That's the sun recognizes her too. Ah, there you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial to run my exponential smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGill's trial in defense chamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you have to go straight to work when you just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was challenging. Well, let's try tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a frank and yellow, cat mellow flavor. Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different leaves, designed to have a blend of tea, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. Have you another chickless trial tomorrow? Oh, and you're the Japanese man. I do wish you lots of luck. How do you know all of this? Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley? Do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes? To you, surely. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Charlie is out on errand again today, even though he just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time yesterday after the trial, and only briefly on that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Holmes' suite? Oh, silly me. I must have introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Oh, I hope you are not related to Dr. John Wilson, because he was the first time I was ever accused of murder. I lived here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris. What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Sato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? I mean, I was only a suspect of murdering her father, potentially. Yes, that's right. And what's your name? Oh, I'm Renosuke Nadado, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Nadado's justice assistant, Sato Makuba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Rono. Got it. And Rono? Bruno? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. and so do I. Was I thinking loudly again? Sorry, Iris, but I want to examine the place first. See if I can get any achievements. A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, and mystery dancing men. Bust of a Neapolitan. Ah! What an enchanting collection. This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe display as an ornament. Probably the last time. Oh, those are all my mementos. Those are all mementos Hurley has collected on his past cases. Really? Even the bust? Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it into dust. Poor defenseless emperor. Mr. Sharp destroys it? Yes, and he buys a new one. That does seem like Sharp's. That really does sound like Sharp's. I just had a chance to have a bohemian of him. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. It's so nice and warm. It's so cool. Lingering beside the fire and watching flames flicker in the dance of the grate. So relaxing. I like fire too. We can't relax. Not when there's so many interesting things in this mental piece. Oh, it's just as described in the stories. Is it? Yes, exactly. Besides that Persian slipper, for example. Are my chocolates for 11 cents? And triflex by a large jackpot. It's my shopping list for the market. Oh, is it not quite how I remember it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes? Or is that the sun? She likes to crush. It looks like a huge metal press is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy with an equally sturdy lock. So Natado, you must have gone wrong opening things. So you're gonna open it! I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. Just go find a wardrobe for me to hide in again. How do you come to that conclusion? Ooh! That chest contains some of my most valuable things. That smell tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. There's all sorts of things on these shelves. Chemistry apertures, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole thing is going to topple at any moment. I keep telling Curly not to cram so much on those shelves. Good advice. He wants to look at something up in one of these books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in, he couldn't get it out. He bought a new copy instead. He's so wise with his money. What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine? That's the Great Ace Attorney. It can analyze anything, really, anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was going to help him with his investigation. Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet. Oh. Why not? Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't actually need anything I don't actually have anything I need to analyze. Oh dear. How about you, Rono? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze? I have a map. The only thing that springs to mind is the machine itself. The only thing I want to investigate is the machine. Yep. Okay. What about a beautiful English tea set, and it's so neatly arranged. That's a favorite pastime of mine. A cup of purple tea in the afternoon. Tea made of herbs? That's right. I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends. One moment. Don't go away. I'll brew a pot of special blend I came up with earlier today. She looks delighted. I'll continue to investigate, thank you. Ah, that's my blackboard where I note down ideas. Oh, interesting. Let's see. Black pepper. Black Peter. What does that mean? Don't you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruto? I'll come back to that blackboard later. No! We want that blackboard now! That's a charming little white shelf, and it's full of charming little bottles, too. Oh, yes! But don't touch any of those. They might explode. No? Explode? Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments? Yes, indeed. As Hurley always says, chemistry is an explosive science. Sorry? I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation around the world. Or perhaps he just meant it literally. Either way, mental note, don't touch any bottles that belong to Iris. What on earth is that big black lump over there? Ah! That's a fascinating thing called a typewriter. Are you calling me an idiot? It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. Oh, and wizardly quick too. That sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Okay, that looks like... Okay, I think I examined everything. Let's talk to Iris now. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, it's not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? God damn it, Renunciate, you really gotta start thinking quieter. Go! Ah, thinking back now, you left with Miss Ladderstraight in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, how awkward word. Like, you know what? I'm just like, oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It's very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial disturbing gun-like interruption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think of a fitting self-destruction mechanism into my invention. This girl is dangerous. Remind me not to pick a fight with her. Ever. Anyways, I brought Ginny back here after that. So she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yep, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well, then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you to find out that lodging of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share a cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, you're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Well, we know what it was. Well, if I am to be corrected, I'm sorry about your father there, Iris. But notice I was not the one who murdered him. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes and... Oh! You have a copy of Rexing magazine? Yes! I'm writing it every issue. So it's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh! This is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world! My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They're really quite fascinating. It would be a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about the new case just solved on the steamship traveling from a faraway land. Oh yes, we know all of it. Yep, Iris, we know all about that one. So I was just in the middle of typing up a manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yes. I'll let you in a secret if you like. I'm gonna call the latest adventure The Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the story. Here and there. Oh god, what were we gonna do to me? This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. It was a cat! Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes! And of course, I knew that thing might be a credible fit for the facts of the case. Exactly, but... It's a story! Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? I think it was more thrilling with the cat doing it. So, do you mean to say these stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rex magazine my name is really Wilson. But what about the Doctor of Medicine part? That's all true, too. I'm a Doctor of Medicine. No, not at 10 years old! At 10 years old. Well, that's quite incredible. But, Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman! I was accused of murdering him! Yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, this sounds like a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? I suppose it does, yes. Poor Sato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. About before. Yes! Mr. Rano, do tell me. How do you know that I was a lawyer and that we just arrived in London? Yes. Oh! And that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How do you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. In every detail. Of course! I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present Logic and Reason in Spectacular! Oh god. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Rono. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defense amity. But you also said that we're only just arrived in London. How'd you know that? I observed the passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. I was reasonably confident that you must have only arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted the case against a particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. So odd. A Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited a local prison to me as suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Ah. They use those stamps to keep close eyes on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me everything. That told me, even though that you only have yesterday included the trial of Mr. McGill, that the two of you already have cause for a foreign inmate at a local. You two have already caused to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you were wearing particular set expressions on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted the new case. I see. But you're wrong! I didn't accept it yet. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home for a few hours yesterday, Hurley shoved in yet another case. It's obviously as simply he told me that he caught the Japanese man who was brawling and trembling. The Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsa. Now, Rono has a fancy Japanese sword. It's called a katana. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyways, that's clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided that you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And those were only the conclusions on the facts that led me to... You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Wow, she's right on! No deduction corrections! There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man will be in trial tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He's silly. And that's all to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, at least there's no deduction corrections. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed a certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh, well. I just copied Hurley's style for that. That's really good news. That's really good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please. Case of the Japanese man. So, yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, as you were saying. Yes! Hurley just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There was quite a witness who has seen it in short, shifty-looking, stooped man running from the scene. A short, shifty-looking man. Yep, that's Sasuke-san. Mr. Natsu, beyond the Sasuke-san did say he didn't see anyone else that treated at all. But it seemed there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deduction powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did! He's a great detective! That's whose side are you on? Still, that means the incident only occurred 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. But we have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that the London's is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I haven't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can never afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of working at the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold much hope for Sasuke-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Oh, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsu, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsu. Oh my. Hurley said he was going to the man's lodging. If you leave now, you can probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where the lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Do you happen to come across a detective by the name of Grenson, Reuser? Yes, we know Inspector Grenson. Ah, goody! In that case, give Grexy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard. Iris' postcard has been entered into the court record. I read, tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Gosh, this will make the inspector help us. It will. Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back soon. We'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Can we also live with you? Well then, Mr. Naruto, let's get back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhere dubious, they say, might exert any influence over the men of Scotland, although. We headed back to the scene where Cyrus' secures note and the world's heaviest silver coin in hand. Yes, I would like to take my progress. Thank you. Yes. Let's continue. But before we do that, let's get to some music, and I would like to, take a break real quick, as one does. Get some music. Looks like those the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gridson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us. There we go. There's the music for our BRB. are back. So yeah, let's continue. Okay, so I guess that's literally all we can do. Because we have... Tell this gentleman in black whatever he wants to know, but I trust you, that won't be a problem. Iris' little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Trust that won't be a problem. Yes, the handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. I'm sure it's simply the way you interpret it. Don't worry! I'm the gentleman in black. Anyways, I do hope the inspector will let us know what we'll need to know. Tell us what we need to know when he reads it. I don't think it will be just it will just make him much piping hot chips until the steam comes to his ears. Do you? Well, that wouldn't be any entirely out of a terrible outcome. I know, I thought maybe it would. Thank you again for this. Don't mention it. I had someone at the yard fish it out for me, but in the end I didn't need it. Oh. Well, in the case, hardly is simpler, could it? I don't need a man whap to work out what happened. You can throw it away when you're done with it. Cold. Inspector Grunt, do you have a moment? Sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give me that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Ah, don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What's that? It's a silver crown, obviously. That's a lot more than that. It's the appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh! I see! You mean... That's right. For the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring every time. So when do we get our payment for our appearance in the Sparkle Band? Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them to Evan. Of course, her using my name without saying so does make me a lot of unpleasant jokes. Still, I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem, so go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we would like to very much know the address of Mr. Natso's lodging. Ah, the little knife-wielding and mustached Japanese fellow. He lives right in the old hovel, right over there. Look. We were talking on the first person in the house corner, where the wrecked bicycle propped up. That's nearby indeed. Right across the street. If I remember rightly, the landlord is Mr. Mr. John Jupiter. Right. Well, if you see her again, you make sure to give her ladyship my regards. You hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregerson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector. We will. Goodbye for now, then. Long live her ladyship. Oh, well, at least you told us what we wanted to know before you left. Yes. So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Soames' lodging? Definitely. A new location has appeared, obviously. February. Maxim's lodging. Can we live in here? I'm kidding. May I help you? Yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Jupiter? Indeed it would, sir. And who might I say is calling? My name is Renosuke Naruto. Mr. Naruto is representing Mr. Shoshinatsu. I believe he takes lodging here? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Jubitz. Do you see that, Miss Hato? That was real-life English maid. I know. I understand it. And yet, anyone standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But it was the first one I've ever seen in flesh. This keeps getting better. We're dealing with a almost murder case. It certainly feels like we're arrived now. We're really arrived now, doesn't it? You only need to meet a butler and experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'll go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Gallagher will see you now. This way. I want to examine everything first, though. It's tradition. We examine everything before we talk to people. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on the glimmering silver cake stand. Lined up, looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea time is indulgent, you know. It's good the English way. It's Mr. Gallagher's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That's so delightful. Oh, wait a minute, though. There's at least 10 cakes on this stand. Well, naturally, and it would never do waste to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Gallagher doesn't eat, I say to myself, John, you're gonna have to tidy up. John, she has to tidy up. How innocent of you. Can we have some cake? Look, I was deprived of food on that trip before, you know, the case. It's fine. Look at the crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is, oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The world cracked wouldn't have do that trying to wear justice. Ah, I wonder, involved too deeply here. This window does look over Barrel Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman from the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather musky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't understand estimate the bitterness of the London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open the window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would open windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that those two have seen anything of the incident then. Look at the enormous screen. It must have been put here deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly does seem someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. And you don't let me do this shit. Maybe let's not miss out the soap. I think the maid is going to go head off the cup of tea. That portrait of Mr. Gilbert is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Gilbert as well? Yes, and it seems to be the statue of the lion in the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yes, it seems to come back from the local pawnbroker that lives in England. Seems to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a valley wizard. Went to sell him something and came out with that thing. The point is fact, now that I think about it, I'd rather often find myself leaving a place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem to surpass the requirements. That the sun doesn't pull her punches or her throws for the fact to matter. The uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after. That old thing? Ha! Rather much be rags, really. Oh! Wore that ceremonial garb of my retirement past, you know? But I'm not one for dwelling on the past. Me, what would have gladly been thrown out, but you know how it is. Anyways, it doesn't hurt to have some odd pieces of Marbella lying around, doesn't it? Oh, I see. It must have been part of the war. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing in here? Oh my! It's real! I thought it might be a replica. That old thing. Ah, that's a little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never knew when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about in the house. Really? This isn't overkill? Be prepared, I say. You never know what this twisted world will throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Gilpin? always is. Take Joan here. It fails to clean up an apron in the reserve. Rise them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me, which is rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. I wonder why the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. I noticed you have a pile of book here, Mr. Gilbert. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. Nope. Better way to pass the time in front of the fire with a jolly good book. Oh! There's a copy of Rexing magazine here, I see. No doubt, Mr. Joe enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, too. Great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. I think we covered everything. Nope, except for this. That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it would display with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What? That old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall is the best place for it. Keep the belly thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine. By accident, I suppose. The appearance of the inscription on the medal itself. Let me see. It says, for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of honor that even I couldn't be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow his own trumpets, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an office by the number of medals in his name, of course, common knowledge in military circles. Okay, now we covered everything. Or did we? Yeah, we covered everything except the man himself. Good day to you. John Gervais, at your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Renosuke Naruto. He is a defense lawyer. Do excuse me, not kidding, no. Took a shot to the New Year's back in the Battle of Melwyn, do you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from the service. Handed over the reins of the up-and-coming. He's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I do tell you. Too much. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. That's probably something we should. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruto. Ugh, do you think so? Well, Mr. Gillistrip, no doubt that you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, that was nothing. Well, it's just a foldery, really. Wouldn't like to offer it in the general, though. I urgently displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Don't fetch the... Ah! Dash it, woman! Be careful! Oh, dearie me, I beg your pardon. You jolly nearly took my skin right off my hand. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyways, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now that I'm not here, you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only to be pleased, naturally, especially if it does help keep the police here in Brightly. We have forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're well aware. Yep. Yep, definitely. So this case may very much be in the public eyes, as it were. Oh, is it? Even some famous detective poking around, in this old house. In this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Couldn't been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rick's magazine here, so... No, you do like detectives. You do like detectives. You can't fool me. Anyways, the chap investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Suspicious room. It's barely a nuisance, nuisance what it is. The whole neighboring twitching around curtains now. I don't like this fuss. It's jolly unsettled. About Mr. Natsu then, Mr. Gadget, please do tell us. Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, only 1 week? Just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. The first room. Yeah! Dash it all, John! Do be careful! Oh, my goodness! I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was the shadiest sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have the most nervous desperation, always shaking over, looking his shoulder. The man has shady written across his sweet-soaked brow, if you ask me. I say to myself, Joan, that man is trouble sooner or later. He's gonna do something untowardly. And then I'm really wrong about anything. You won't be calling this man as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes, there indeed was. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else about your lodger, Mr. Natson? Oh my word, yes! The man was shadier than an orchid. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely filled with stuff full with books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He's just tossed off his old bookshelf up every single day, and he comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is long past up. Everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. A gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night. But I've never known the Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first and street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise time that they come back in the evening, for example, and even the times they go to bed. Ah! Good grief, Jones! Be more careful, woman! Oh my goodness, sir! I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window around that time? A window? Yes. We noticed the window over there looks over Imperial Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? "5 o'clock is dinner time in the Jabley household. So I'm afraid I do not remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan?" "No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And as of the fog as well, I'll think that it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road." "Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated." Well, yes. Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particular significant, but around ah! For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing. Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm terribly sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. There. At least you tried to get my name. It's not a doe. Oh, yes? I have extremely good memory as far as I remember. Nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Jailbit? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a terrible environment, really. Nothing of the... Yeah! Joan Darshidal! What's the matter with you, woman? I don't think Jailbit is hiding anything. I think the maid's hiding something. She's doing it deliberately, I think. Something is afoot. Something is amiss. A miss, I tell you. It's a mist, I tell you! Beg your pardon, sir? Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down quiet to an eventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Shelbert. Nothing. Wait, what's the matter with these two? So, it sounds like something happened here in this room on the incident. But what? I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsu's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below the first floor. Us on the first floor. And Mr. Shums is investigating there, even as we speak. Yes. Tell me what's his name. That's a blatant lie. Now, would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsune's room, I mean? Don't see why not. It's just a move down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that can help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on her. Shall we? Yes. And while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Shrimps again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. A new location has been added. Sweet. We're gonna see lots of books, aren't we? Oh my gosh, that is a lot of books. And cats. What? Just look at this place. And the smell of it. So it's musty. I suppose it's the mountain of cold books that are responsible for that. I don't think we've ever seen so many books in all of my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that a window over there? Well, it was a window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. For some reason, it's been closed up with bricks in the mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsune lives. By the way, I haven't spied Mr. Shrimps anywhere. Have you? He's probably somewhere in a book. He's probably like nose deep. He's probably like in one of the books. I just imagine he'll pop out and be like, "Hey, what's up, you two?" In a very big grand gesture. No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Gallagher told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. It's like, little did we know, it's the cat. Yeah. We're gonna come back to that side of the books. Oh look, it's a Beckin cat from home. It's big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Nasa didn't bring that Maki Nico all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in this position to comment, Mr. Naruto. It's not my fault! I was a stone! Are you forgetting an enormous that you brought in your luggage? Well, that can be dangerous traveling aboard. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same. And this cat is beckoning good luck to him. Not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such a thing. God, I really got to stop thinking so loudly. I didn't say a word! Why are my eyes such giveaways? God damn it, why are we like this? Look at all those books stacked there. They're almost reaching the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'll never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the books at the bottom of the pile would never be read again. Ah, so reading is just an experience that comes once in a lifetime. Just the tea ceremony teaches us. As certainly don't expect the conversation to turn down the path of the tea ceremony philosophy. That seems so wedged into the crevice between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Narcissus would sit here and read while stroking his cat, but surrounded by all sides by towering tomes. Surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have had done, mustn't he? Oh! What's this? It's a receipt from the second-hand bookshop. Yours books. Your books. Oh, yes. Mr. Natsu's name is on it. Look, and the date of the purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just for a while before he was in a boiler in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying the old book. The second-hand book receipt has been entered into court records. Let's examine it! Examine! Okay, customer's name, Mr. Natson. The sum of shilling a receipt of the picture of Mescrilla, the mirror for Gobada, the urine. Okay, cool. We examined it. Cool. Did you even call that a window? Call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although that remains, the frames are on some brick now. So really, it's just a wall, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Perhaps Mr. Natsu painted the brick design on it in a fit of whimsy. That's alarmingly unfeasible. Anyways, whatever the reason, lack of ventilation in here probably makes it very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. There he is! I knew it! I knew Sholmes would be in the books! I knew Sholmes would be in the books! Hello, good old friend! Look! Mr. Nanado! Aha! There he is! Where do you appear from? In the books. He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind us disturbing him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes! You two, get there! Hello! Now, let me see. Where was that we met? On the SS Buria? Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We were together on the SS Buria. Oh, do you want to put the handcuffs back on me? You maybe make it old times again. Yes, of course, the Buria. Please don't tell me you have handcuffs on you. And let me see what happened on that voyage. I was accused of murder, and we solved that case together. It was Kazuma Gawi. He died. Charged. But you were a great help to us. Yes! But of course, the case of Mr. Gausi. But it was the one with the snakes, wasn't it? There was a snake, yes, but it was a cat. Oh! Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great detective Sherlock Sholmes. Isn't it, mister? Oh, no, dear man. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior prowess of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. It's not around there, detective. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street the day we arrived in London. But the Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. Oh, we were don't worry, Sholmes. We couldn't even go anyways. You know, we had to rush to the courtroom to defend a man in a case we knew jack shit about. So we're fine. We were both busy people. It was entirely a trivial case, of course. It solved in a matter of only more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended the second son in that short amount of time? I'm afraid the persons of the new case have dulled my recollections of my past involvements a little. A little? It's a mistake to think one's brain has elastic walls that can descend into any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out to useful ones. Yes! Those are my own words of infallible wisdom. You know, from an adventure called The Sturdy and Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but unfortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He must be an iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes? We have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness! What an earnest expression. My dear madam, I shall be the one to... I should only be too pleased, and this musky room is an important and apt place to discuss the murky case. Cool. So let's talk. We know this to be the lodging of a Japanese-born student by the name of Sasuke Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. For the stabbing of a young woman outside of the bar here on Bravo. Yes, I believe it was his name. It was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Sato. But I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he's looking at Sato-san squarely in the eyes for wealth of me. Foreigning ignorance. Well, fearing ignorance. I assure you, I'm not merely a fearing ignorance. God damn it! My eyes give it away again. It would appear as the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stupid compadre of the crime. We know nothing of this. That doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote the aperture. We need you to assert the identity of the whereabouts of a man seen fleeing from the scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There is a number of books scattered on the pavement. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from where they have been purchased. On speaking of the property, I immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? No. I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I cannot tell you. But if it was advocating to my facilities, hence why I've returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books. I found myself quite biography. Doesn't be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No. Oh dear. Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes. Yes, Mr. Gabby, a retired military. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great Britain institution that in the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not the household that employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing in those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing. Sorry. Put it simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper end tiers of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those who are potentially a boundary between the middle and lower classes, between able to afford just one maid as their first support. I had no idea. And it's so precisely for that reason I find a great stimulation in this the situation upstairs. Especially that the retired Army veteran, Mr. Javigard, as afforded us he is a fellow hiding something. Whether or not it's important to the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to assert. I don't know what he's hiding, and I don't know. I can't tell you either, Sholmes. We'll have to figure that one out together. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. It's mysteriously suffocating the soul, Mr. Fellow. I assure you, and any man whose lot to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsun has stabbed no one! But sooner or later, I said. I don't believe that is the issue here. About the dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, we can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But that it's been completely blocked with bricks. See. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? Window tax? What is that? Surely, not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness! Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the numbers of their windows. Those with lesser means have an inheritable sizable up and costly families at home perhaps rapidly close up windows. While the rich open their windows here and there everywhere. Can afford to carry favors with those who power furnishing them with large sums of pocket money. How awful! And unjust! Forcing people to live in the rooms devoid of light. Indeed, seized as a rifle as a result. So 40 years ago, or thereabout, the window tax was abolished. But legacy remains, as you can see, in the squashing lodges such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsus, stepped in and living here in London, isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I would think. Apparently Mr. Natsu only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yeah, we were told. Yes, that's correct. However, I do not believe that the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of this accommodation. Oh. Still, that's a little irrelevant here. No matter what, a matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious. Well, I believe I told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Nadado. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of the law? You remembered that, didn't you? Did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very manner, I wonder? To the competence of this room. Mr. Nutson, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you on your ambition and realize, and so promptly too. The thing is, it really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Natson didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't had the first idea. Oh. But I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yeah, that was indeed my initial intention. But simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts I can state quite emphatically. The man who fled the scene of the crime only 2 days was the Japanese occupant in this room, and there is a witnesses who swore to have seen the same man committing the crime. All I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what's that, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us! I cannot with any certainty whether or not it's irrelevant to this case, but I'm quite sure, that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. No! Really? What big shocker. Mr. Gallibet is... Mr. Sholmes says it as much as before, actually, didn't he? Anyways, at the present, that's really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Nadado? As the outer investigations have uncovered nothing but that could help us establish Mr. Natsu's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Gallagher's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be relevant or not. But I wish you every success on your... Of course, Mr. Nadado. At least he didn't put us in handcuffs. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. I think all we can do now is go back to talk to Local prison cell number 9. It seems that we can't meet with Mr. Natsu at the moment. Oh. He's being briefed about his appearance in court tomorrow, apparently. I see. Yes, the trial is only a day away. Alright then, let's come back later. Yes. I really hope he's not answering any more questions with inappropriate textbook answers like, yes, I do. Oh, we can't even examine. Fuck! Guess all we can do is move. Let's see if we can do anything more at the crime scene. Doesn't seem like there is anything. Let's go back upstairs then. 19th February. Mr. Gallagher is the room. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, what was the detective chap's name? Still hard at work down there. Yeah. Mr. Sherlock Holmes? Ah, yes. Rings a big bell. All detectives' business ain't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Really good show. Another cup of tea if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what... Yeah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what your belly well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall ask you to take your leave if you do be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much of a chance to talk with young foreigners like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourself, though. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gallagher is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem to be open us to, perhaps we should do some digging. Sholmes? You're hearing the most weirdest of plays, Sholmes. Oh, what's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes! Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows! Good gracious! When did you sneak in here? Sherlock Holmes, or at your service. What were you doing by the window? I'm giving a watch of the evening. Guys, sunsets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs, undoubtedly it is, lacks the apertures of sunset observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, I am one of the windows at dusk is firmly Ah, and the other thing was not a doubt. Oh, me? So perhaps you might be in the need of a certain great detective. Great mind. Oh, ooh, we're gonna do some deduction corrections, aren't we? Wait, he's not gonna talk about. Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Shones? There might be a secret in this modest room. But seen the most turbulent of fruits. I take it you're unprepared, Mr. Naruto. Let's dance around like idiots again. I think so. There's just time enough for one of my great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. It's time, Mr. Gallagher. Though it would seem that you are a military man of considerably distinguished service. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There's two conclusions I have come to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of ferocious beasts in your care. Yeah? And the second is that the result of the beast's violent rampage, you've lost something very dear to you. Yeah! Her. Mr. Naruto, look! The old man broke out in cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Shone's conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Ah! And I know only too well that the beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Let's do this. I'm glad you're not putting your handcuffs on me anymore. Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Nature of the beast. It certainly should take a great detective to see that the fearsome beast has been on a rampage within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah! For a man with the military breeding, your eyes are unfortunately candid. Your forging glass, Mr. Gibbs, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that rampages here is irrelevant by that lion statue. Yes, those in an army men, you appear most unopposing the beast at best. The fact that it views your ambition for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this pifeful, you ask? I do agree, lions are very powerful creatures. I, am part lion, so I'm a little biased here. I'm a lion after all, so I'm biased to lions, In the end, your admirable became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you have imagined. The chilling traces of wild rampages are still very much evident. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is. Your dress pocket gives us some handsome clues as to where the beast's whereabouts. For protruding in its hand-built advertisement is a circus show. Ah! Yes. So it's disposed of this terrible lion, Mr. Gallagher. At Batsy Circus. A traveling show currently at a nearby park. I have observed the sense. You sold the savage lion to the circus to pay. I certainly did not. I believe I made my point. The fearsome beast that broke this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus will reveal the lion's penitentiary through a ring of fire. No, Mr. Gallagher. It's plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for the immortal beast. Indeed, it's in the bitterest, blissful close of stress that has caused you to your into detained. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulder. The pain you feel is bearing in that supporting arm. Amidst the fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in evasion. Nonsense, man, I simply. But what? We must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? We need to only follow the direction of your gaze to find the end. Yes, the pile of bills that given us a raise claims your supper. Are you completely forgetting about the cannon? Every envelope contains another demand for payment. Ah. A cartload of meats, potatoes, meat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has been a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And son, you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last thing, a remarkable, unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which clearly can be seen by overseeing the carpet there. The expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. This time, madam, I'm afraid it's you who has revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eyes have settled upon the answer that very neatly, indeed. Yes, to explain the desire of the statue of the carpet, we only need to ask that look at the Tower of Cake. There's no more creature dangerous on Earth than the beast with an unsatisfied appetite. Or was it not one said by a certain noble woman? If they have not bread, let them eat the cake. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whichever do you mean? Having tried to taste the cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I not need to spell it out in the nature of its final act, the destruction carried out by beasts. There's only one logical conclusion. The works of a frenzy by hunger. The lion attacked and ate the carpet. And the teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with the lions I saw once in India. concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Okay, Sholmes. Let me step in and fix this. Yeah! What's the matter with you, Joan? You're pulling scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gallagher. I'm afraid I did not notice. My deduction can be certainly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup will run us over. Indeed, my revelations make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but can I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Narado. What is it? Again. Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think that a lion could have fit inside this room of this size? Indeed, it's the only explanation for the facts. But the terrifying truth of all that often lies beyond the realm of common sense. Wouldn't it be ideal to consider what lies in the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion has run amok in the spare room, surely Mr. Gallagher and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against that beast, using that large cannon. I thought you said they sold the lions to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe that I ever heard of a lion that drank tea. Ah, Misato. With your Misato, it occurs to me with some regularity that the irrespectable race and breeding when anyone lands a great British soil, that they are infused for Asian taste for afternoon tea. We've been here 2 days and we have not yet had tea. Give us tea! Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Narado, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight message. That's also deduction seats. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for this, my trusty partner in deduction, to step forward, Mr. Narado. I'm a lawyer, goddammit! I don't have time to dance all around like an idiot with you. Not always. Well, we don't even know whether or not this is going to do any help with Mr. Nutsoon's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Sherlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, featuring Renosuke Narado! Sorry, I wanted that part. First correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. And certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see it. Actually, we're just going to skip this part until we get to the first correction. What form that beast might take. Ah! For a military being with them. Profoundly. Hi. The true nature of the beast that ran briefly here and by that legend that here. I really don't see a lying thing. I didn't really see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Gallagher's reaction, it rather seems as though the beast that did indeed run amok in this room. Okay! We'll be right back for the return of the Sherlock Sholmes, between the logic and reason is spectacular, featuring no skin out of dough. I have dinner, so I'll be right back. Okay. Yes, something of a very fierce nature. But it could have been a lion transported from India. So what is it then? We must follow Mr. Galbraith's gaze. It'll lead us to the true answer. We must examine everything we can. Well, it is the lion statue that Mr. This is the lion statue that Mr. Sholmes picked up. Oh, yes, I wonder. Perhaps if you did live with a lion, it would prove to be rather a sweet companion. Yep, definitely can confirm. I think that's like my, I think I was trying to tell the family that a cat is around the house is sweet. Renosuke! How could you be so cruel to me? So mean. I'm a lion. And I think I can be sweet. I suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyways, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. More These are shells from the cannons, are they? But a strange place to keep them. Imagine they have significance, Mr. Gabba, from this time as in the army. Ah, of course. A battle to us before, didn't he? Do you remember? He said he's been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that did him. If a round that hit him in the knee, it would be nothing left of him. Or Mr. Geller, in that matter. Shams has a Persian slipper. And his men has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, rubbish in one's mantelpiece. British people, confirm. Please confirm this to us British people. Wait. Let's examine this photo. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. and Miss Guild's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glasses directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably not, too deeply here. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks would hide the woman's plump form. I think the powerful would be kinder to that plump Mr. Nahada. Yes, she certainly looks like that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not something you want to upset, that's for sure. Oh, look! Have you noticed her running wing? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. This must have been Mr. Gilligan, was still in the army. He seems to be carrying his rather stout flight effortlessly, a beaming smile at the same time. I suppose he was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now, he's as thin as a rake. Oh! Nailed it! We're great. The true nature of that beast that ran rampant here is relevant by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Nardo. No other explanation would possibly fit. Yes, the framed picture of your wife, Mr. Gilligood. And while we lean in at the fact of her face is obscure, we can still make out her mighty arms and know the inconsistible horsepower they must contain. Guys, I think I figured it out. She's the victim. His bride is the victim. Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be a stretching point. Might be a stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that's the beast, which is clearly savage to the room. What's your wife, Mr. Gallagher? Yeah! The chilling traces of wild rampage are still very much evident. Well? Yep, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Whether it could be this angry creature has disappeared to. Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider us chivalrous, but it's plain with me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to your beast's whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Shums is quite right. There's no sign of Mrs. Galloway anywhere. But it seems that there may be a clue to her whereabouts. A clue that its maid is trying to hide. Wonder where Mr. Galloway's wife is here. Two tightly shut eyes, so even avoid the chance of getaway claim. Sued lips to prevent any secrets from him. Rounded cheeks to deflect any abuse that might be hurled her way. Yes, it's an unfairly powerful woman. It's your turn of phrase that's unfair, Mr. Nando. What a charming little teapot, and it's in seeing position. June has been pouring some deliciously fragrant tea from Mr. Gallagher, hasn't she? Well, not so much for Mr. Gallagher. As on Mr. Gallagher, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't dream of drawing attention to it. That's his wife. The maid is his fucking wife. She's wearing a very large ring. Look. Oh, yes. A sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring of her left hand, which means... Surely, it's a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger that size. That's something to think, to Mr. Nando not to say. You know, Mr. McGilligan's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one. It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have great memory of these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. Quite coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? Just one thing before... It's not letting me. Doesn't. Oh, hold on. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna have to reload the game here quickly. Whatever, we have the saves. Continue! Whatever! Quickly! Present the bride! Nailed it. What a quick way back to where we were. And let's that certainly does appear to be a circus handbill poking out of her pocket. Maddie Circus, currently performing shows in the park not far from here. You don't think? Surely Mr. Gallagher did not tell his wife to circus. Is there not a doubt? How could you even think of such a thing? I was only joking. Besides, I wouldn't have gone. But do you think he fed her to his pet lion? That's somehow worse. What's that? Yay! Nailed it. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue to where the beast's current whereabouts. Ah. Indeed it does! Alright, but band gleaming on your finger gives it away. For the tentacles is the one shown in the hands of Mr. Grove's bride in the photograph of print. In other words, you're no ordinary household maid. No. You are Miss Gallagher's lair. You are Miss Gallagher herself. Oh my! A word! It wasn't that hard to deduce. Well, a jolly fine detecting, sir. With all my work, you're welcome. As you rightly assume, this is my wife. This is the wife, yes, my Joan. Had to let herself go, you might say, but she was a badly struck back. Ah! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable circumstances. After all, you're a retired army man, yet you're in the business of renting out rooms. Tisk. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? That's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man of his pride, don't you know? By jolly. It's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one's rather judged. A household cannot be concerned with worthy society if it employs no staff at all. No, my considered opinion is such about the appearance of our folly. You mean Mr. Gallagher has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Gallagher? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. A raging wife. Yes. So. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Gallagher. Is it plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this familiar being? Indeed. That's been doing post stars. That's just that supporting arm. Mr. Sherman's quite something. He's still calling Mr. Gallagher a boy. It's sweet. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mr. Gallagher is standing here beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps the supporting arm is supposed to be propping up his head. Has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gallagher's pain is intangible, though. What could that possibly supposed to really signify? That's a very large pipe, isn't it? Yes. Anyone who has something that size hanging out of his or her mouth on a regular basis is sure to have lots of serious chin like Mr. Gallagher. What if it's a white binding all around it? Mr. Gallagher certainly looks plump. According to Mr. Shump's deduction, that's because he is having to endure the acute pain of losing something dear to him. And we know he hasn't lost his wife. So that means there must be another cause for the pain he's suffering. Wait. We'll come back. Oh my! Look at that bright red mark. Oh gosh, that's quite something. Quite clearly made by someone's hand. Yes, Mr. Gallagher has been slapped on the face. Hard. Never seen such a clearly defined mark. Just a little bit of baby powder and we'll be good. You know, it's how the pimps do it, you know? One of the 5 rules of pimping. Powder is sex. Whoever could have done such a thing? The wife. Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I say. Okay. Present! I'm great at these corrections. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders. The pain being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of an impressive mark on your cheek and refuses to fade. Was you, Madam Jones Gallagher? Oh, yes. You have been desperate to hide that slap mark on your cheek, sir. Yeah! How did the blazes that work out? Did you work that out, man? I'm a lawyer. I look at things in weird ways. Nothing skips none of the trained of the arts of observation, my dear fellow. Nice. Really great powers of observation. I told Cosmo myself back in chapter 1. Episode 1. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, now, let us proceed with the next conundrum. Why were you subject to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Miss Galloway to fly into a rage. And we only need to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it's the pile of bills that has been giving you a pain of suffering. Did Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all the lion's follower? Yes, but now we have established that the lion was never existed. Which can only mean that the thing was responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Gallagher's wife. Mr. Natado, she's a person, not a thing. Think you thought this for being the voice of reason here. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I would love to know the answer to that question. We must examine. Looking at these bills, it certainly amounts to a great deal of food. Meat, potatoes by the cartload, wasn't it? Well, looking at these two of them, you can tell immediately who's the lion's share of this household. Well, at least you're no longer talking about the actual lion anymore. Bookmark. Ah! Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look! Mr. Gallagher is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's handwriting. Oh, James, I love you. You're Mary. And look to the signature here. Lip mark. Made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas at the sun. Oh dear. I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note, then. This is why we examine people. Broken plate! Oh dear, this plate has been smashed to pieces, and nobody seems to be inclined to tidy up this mess. Perhaps it's some sort of high art. Really, Mr. Nanado? Well, anyone who has a kid and display in their living room is clearly eccentric. Yes, let's call it eccentricity. Okay. Take that! Nailed it. We're great. Yes, it's this love note that was giving rise to the pain of your suffering. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the center of this note, certainly Miss Mary, is in the flying of ornament here. Yeah! But I don't know the bodily woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. As I try to even Unlikely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained it at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place. That note must have already been in there. So, previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark as well, you. That's right. But I've been trying to. Unlikely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. and start into a James. My name's, in case you've forgotten, is John. Yeah! Unlikely story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Aroused the suspicion of a female lion, and you unleashed a beast with the most fierce bite. Ugh. Now, in the final fits of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath, which can clearly be seen observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. This time, Adam, I'm afraid it's you who have immediately revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eyes have settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the desired state of the carpet, we only need to look at the Tower of Cake. But surely Miss Gallivant didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. She eats off the table like a normal person. How many times am I going to bring that up? Many times, probably. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of this disarray in the room is as a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Strump's seduction that we need to fix. We only need to follow Miss Gallivant's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. Ah, so many cakes. Tell you all you can think about. I'm hungry! Even though, in reality, I ate dinner. Renosuke is probably really hungry. Oh, look at them, Mr. Naruto. There's mountains of cakes, and they all look so delicious. It's more than a tower than a mountain, I would say. It's a mountain. And that's my hope. And that's my hope that one day, in our very homeland, I will be able to form a tea ceremony at the foot of such a mountain. It's definitely a tower. It was the candlestick. Looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the three missing from its holder? This is an advertising handbill for the circus. Batty's Circus, the nearby park. Isn't this the same one we saw earlier? The one that's folded up in Miss Gallagher's pocket? Perhaps they're very great circus lovers. It couldn't be that Hungry Lion somehow evolved here. That the Hungry Lion is somehow evolved here again, could it? Oh dear, I hope not. The carpet has been ripped to shreds. Yes, and according to Miss Shum's deduction, the tear in the mask was made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see a scorch mark. Oh yes, you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in a normal sense at all. Let's rethink with that in mind. Oh, it's doing it again. Hold on, we're gonna have to back out again. I don't know why this is doing this to me. I'm terribly sorry for all of this, really. Quite frankly. Continue. Yep. There we have it. Hold on. Just give me a second, Sholmes. At least we don't have to do too much.
Take that!
The cause of the carpet being in such a terrible state here is the carpet itself. Now, I realize it appears to be some sort of circular argument, however. That is the tack I decided to try, and I'm not changing course now. What precisely was your intent on that, Mr. Naruto? Just following the natural progression of the true service. Well, the truth is that you don't have a term for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? How dare you? How dare you? Yes. A lot. Wait, do we need to present the candlestick then? Take that! Nailed it. It's not one thing, try the other. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this illogical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed, they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks. It would appear that this room was the scene of a little more marital altercation. Miss Gallagher's mighty arm muscle left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alit, and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, For the furious beast in this world is neither a violent lion or a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, the ferocious beast bared its paws in a random moment. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see here, but it's one conclusion here. The sparks of martial discord flew. This room was the scene of a fire. Why would you try to hide that fact? He's getting up. Mr. Sholmes, sir, salute you. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Salt. Nailed it. Deduction complete. Elementary. It took longer than expected because I really like to examine things. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there is a jolly good secondhand bookshop just around the corner. But all my old novels there. In these pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife astonished you harshly, it seems. Don't you know about astonished? Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly. That's it! Yeah! Here we go again. And the carpet that was destroyed by the fire when the candle fell on the floor. Great to say it was. Happened in a blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see about badly sing. I was caught between an old stick rage and raging flame. So you painted a editorial picture, sir. One that would run most entertaining. That's sympathy. That's sympathize for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The badly furniture started going up as well. We had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Gallagher? Well, you have nothing more to hide now. If you allow me... Oh my. Not all my favorite old novels in that case. But as good as fire has got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. Sorry. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There I was, up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, and Kennedy books coming in tens to dozens. Worst of it, I lost my favorite, book called The Lion's Pride. I knew I liked you, Mr. Calvin. The Lion's Pride. Like, wait, hold it! Never mind. Ah, yes, your novels just let us the back cats coming through again. And me. Because I'm a lion, obviously. I assure you, the title does not influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man didn't really lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Shrum's seduction turned out to be the correct one once again. Thanks to me, Sato. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was a total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in the full futile. So, my theory of his wife being the victim, I guess, is incorrect. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think. That was the time of the stabbing! So exactly the same time as the terrible incident that was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrible in the inside, I can assure you. Hope Whiteley could have been planted outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruto? What can I do for you? Well, I think we got to the bottom of Mr. Galabet's situation now. Well, what does that have to do with Mr. Natsu's scenes and circumstances? I can help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew it would be the retired army man was to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be relevant or not. You say that? No, Mr. Naruto, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one thing, into categories. Those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It's of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will be soon to be over. Oh no. Is it that time already? If we are to accept Mr. Sonny's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Spent too much time wasting. Perhaps you would like to break yourself into bidding us farewell now. I must prepare for supper for Mr. Gallagher. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. So sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Sosuke-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to get him an answer. This isn't where I wanted to go. Alright, we must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's have our care. Oh! What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over in front of the Miguel's house. Who the fuck are you? I know not so the old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling old man, you rum-looking ninny-pimmy? There's more things in heaven and earth, Hatio. The dreams of your philosophy. Who are you calling after, you fella? And what are you on about? Excuse me. Eh? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it's just, it looks like there might be a problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ronosuke Naruto, is a lawyer, you see. Excuse me, you're my associate. Okay, no, it's fair, we're both each other's associates, it's fine. Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be any of assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from English, but I have studied English law. Tisk! Fine, I'll be on my way for the day. But you mark my words. It ain't over yet. Get the nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden. So gentle, thank you. Back off. What was that all about? There are most things in heaven and earth, Hastio. There's rooms in your philosophy. I'm not Hatuyo either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you the lodger here? In the Gallagher residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden. Thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in the humble abode. Gallagher mentioned the head of the lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? yes, the gentleman named Natsun. Oh no, Moethi, Bosmith, my battle's words no. If it could be. Sorry? Battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsun and I sparred along into the night. Let's see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsun and his gentleman are acquaintances, at least. So, fair maiden, and good gentlemen, we have names. I can tarry you no longer. Farewell thee! I didn't really understand him, but he returned to his room. It seems he is unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsu, so he can't really help us. Miss Saki-san and that man's lodger at the Guardian's house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyways, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsu is eagerly waiting for our return. I hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours is over. 6:31 p.m. Local prison, cell number 9. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student in the Narado, Mr. Narado Esquire. You can just call me Narado, it's fine. I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We are so sorry to have to keep you waiting, Mr. Natsu. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure and company at such compatriots. Noble, ensuring, never failing, impotence. Oh, no, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it's through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. What are you doing here, Sean? It's such belief, at least. Yes. It's you. The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I had no intention of doing anything here, per se. Observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading materials in that gloom-filled room, and having an unmasked secret of a eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloom-filled room? At least your combinations here offer a window, my dear fellow, in the sense that it's a superior option. Look how we're backtracking back to his lack of window. Anyways, I must commend you on your taste in books. My days have been a delight. It cost me not a penny. Ah! You! How dare you! Herlock Sholmes! I had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was all a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is being demanded! What are you thinking, Mr. Nanado? You mentioned once before didn't he? That his lodgings were accursed, I mean. And there's as much truth as in Mr. Mustache's words. He has a named Sholmes. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodging, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Listen, Natsu, what do you mean by what you just said now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed. Oh no! Why are you looking at so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything at all. Oh, I see. That's really attitude of him. You don't mean this trial really is cursed somehow? Oh, we know who the prosecutor is. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no! What do you mean? Please tell me! Sacrifice it! Contrary to the 16th assailants of words! No defendant has ever survived a trial which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness! Could it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Nadado successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill. What? So do you want me to defend you or not? Ah, I'm impressed, Miss Sato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes? Surely it can't be having to fail that accursed conviction. Lord Von Cheeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? That man isn't a mass murderer. He is a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then, why aren't you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Von Cheek is an exceptional man. However, in London, court of law, exceptional doesn't equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, that's good. Makes it sound like he's gonna cry in tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in British criminal trial there's both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based off the letter of the law, while the jury offers the public opinions and common sense. It's an excellent system. Hereby, the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. As we were able to do with some taste and explanation. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, of that matter, can use it for their advantage. By any means of their disposal, conveying victim evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of untreatable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But that means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, from time to time, dear madam, that's simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright? However, those indicated by Lord Von Sheep can't escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my! Though the introduction may seem to leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they are all disappeared. It's most striking. Disappeared? But how? Ah, by all matters of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage, some fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome with a raging fever. Some attacked by wayhighmen. Oh no. All examples of reality events here in London. I'm afraid, Mr. Naruto. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo. Done. Doomed. Foredoomed. When you said you're at cursed lodging before, you were referring to your room at Mr. McGilligan's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe in the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I only seen London. I've been in London for a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. But that didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there was a foreign face staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from the dusk till dawn. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've been moved a number of times, most recently to a room called on Bellevue Road a week ago. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked if it was why it was so affordable. The landlord just simply answered and said, "The room is cursed." He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. All of it is true. You mean the room really is cursed then? But even though I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I wake feeling as though I've been choked to death. In my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm burned as the killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was one person on my side. Can no one find it in her or heart to believe me? Really, no one at all. To believe, yes, to believe. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Monitor? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, yeah, that case. One was the snake. It was a cat. There was a snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe in me? I see, yes. You mean because you were the grimly dressed the shady Eastern fellow found was the victim in the locked room? In the wardrobe, nonetheless. Well, if you'd like, yes. I'm a little surprised, but the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. Really? That was it? That's all it took? But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. You called me a Russian assassin the first time you met me. I think perhaps you misunderstood. I neither recalled believing it, nor in which you were telling me. What? You see, the only thing I believed in are those who I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is a overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not to trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right. Look what I'm sitting to, Mr. Nadador Squire. Whether or not I believe myself. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his clients. And that comes down to as much faith he has in himself. Non-existent wind, you're back! You were so right, Cosmo. Well, my dear fellows, it's time we are leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent and trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natson, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Locked from student Nadado Esquire. As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? What to believe in? But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Nadado. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Nadado, are innocent of this crime. And it's crucial that we prove that in court. Luck from student Nadado Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. I imagine just like on the sword. So I hope you permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Nazi. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruto, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outside. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Misato? Yes? Would you be willing to stand by me side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but there's still time to stop. It's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believed in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Saki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him. To fight his corner. Tomorrow. In the courtroom. With all the strength I can muster. I get the comic now. Okay, so there's a comic I saw. I didn't completely understand, like, the context behind it, but it was really funny. Because Renosuke's like, I will represent you in the court tomorrow with all the strengths I can muster. And Sato was like, I think you mean with all the strengths you can muster. And Sholmes is like, I think you mean relish. And it's the Sholmes and Renosuke, like, devolving into, like, what were we thinking about? Sandwiches. And Sato's like, don't worry, Mr. Natsu, I'll make sure they're fed before trial. But we're gonna quickly get back. I'm gonna save my progress and we're gonna get back. We're gonna go back to the title screen real quick. But I'm gonna quickly change back here. We're going back to the title screen. And I do want to have a movement for this last minute. So we're gonna quickly turn back the it'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Yeah. So we are here in our hold on, sorry. We're here at the end of today's trial. Well, we weren't even in a trial. We were just investigating today. But tomorrow we should. Not tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow. Next stream is most likely Wednesday. So, yeah. I hope you guys all enjoyed today with some more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and I'm gonna see if there's anyone to read. Okay, I'm gonna look here on my phone. Always a fun thing to do. Like I said, I'm looking through things, see if anyone I know. Bloodrun Sky. He is a part of the VTuber Ween stuff, so hope you guys all enjoy. His stream, make sure we do have a raid message if you want to come enjoy it. So, nonetheless, I hope you guys all enjoyed today, and we'll be back Friday, maybe Friday, Saturday, depending on when it ends up being. But until then, I'll catch you guys later. Bye!